kids. It's been a while. How's everybody doing? Hope y'all are doing great. Gonna actually get my volume up here so I can actually hear what the hell I'm saying. So here we are, and for some reason my Discord overlay is not behaving. Now why is that? Oh, there we go. Because I had the microphone muted on Discord. That explains it. So yes, we were having a bit of an interesting discussion via chat, and I don't feel like typing, so here I am. I'd rather just get on stream and talk. Oh, so that's why Rampart got the boot? Didn't he go after a lot of different people, though? I mean, I always saw him go after people. Didn't he? Or is it just me? I don't know. I could be wrong. I have no idea. So, I have no idea. But there was this discussion about the comparison between the Holocaust. Well, not necessarily the Holocaust, but the discussion of Germans and what happened during World War II and how people behaved versus COVID. Yeah, I was usually calling them names. I think my volume is too high here. Hold on. Check, check, 1, 2. All right, I think that's good. But yeah, so before COVID, I had heard that narrative about the German people going along with everything, including the Holocaust. It had nothing to do with strictly the Holocaust, but it was everything that oh no, that's fine. Rabbi Chetbat Goldstein. And excuse me if I sniffle a little bit. My sinuses have not been happy today. Actually, my entire system has not been very happy today. For some reason, I just slept all day. Don't know why. I'm not sick or anything. I don't have a cold. I think it's just all these weather changes and allergies. I've been between July and today, actually, it's been nonstop. I've had just a constant, all these things happening. I think it just caught up with me, finally. Really. Sorry, I just got a text I need to check. Okay, I'm gonna have to find a flash drive. I need to get some information off of it for this person. But anyways, that's not a big deal. Going back to what we were talking about. So the discussion was like, well, how people had always told me, like in academia and in the media and all that kind of stuff. It's like, oh, the German people went along with all this. They just went along with everything that Hitler did and the Third Reich and the Nazis and blah 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 blah. I was like, okay. And I always planted a seed in my head. I always wonder, like, how does an entire population, we're talking like millions of people, because I figure the population of Germany was pretty big at the time. It's like, how does a population of that size just all go along with a handful of people just because they're scared of being killed or rounded up, or what the hell ever? And when COVID happened, though, that really kind of opened my eyes to how manipulable, if that's even a word, of how malleable, I guess is the more accurate word, how malleable people can be, and how people can fall for bullshit narratives when you have a whole propaganda machine behind it, when you have fear mongering behind it, when you have othering behind it, and it is a parallel to what happened in Germany. So the parallel exists. Is it a one-to-one comparison? Probably not a one-to-one. But there's enough there to say, well, yeah, that makes me understand how something like that could happen. And it does open your eyes to like the reality of like how shitty people can be. And it's not to me about being nice. It's not about trying to help people. Because if it was about trying to help people and trying to preserve health, preserve safety, things like that, you wouldn't go into the realm of irrationality like that. And that to me is the biggest indicator of why this isn't well intended, and while this isn't, you know, it isn't lacking of malice. I think malice had a lot to do with it. With COVID, I think ill intent had a lot to do with it, because it became a political bludgeoning tool immediately, just because you didn't agree with something. And it had nothing to do with like in my case, I mentioned on stream many times that I have sinus issues, right? I couldn't wear a mask. I had doctors wrote letters to me. I had people in doctors' offices yelling at me and being aggressive towards me with a doctor's note, because they just attributed the political bullshit to it, even if there was a legitimate reason for me not to wear a mask, for instance. So that's where I take issue with the whole narrative of, oh well, you know, people were just trying to preserve the health of other people. It came from a good place. No, I'm sorry, that's fucking bullshit. I don't agree with that in any way, because their actions spoke greater than their words of, oh, it's about saving lives. No, it's not. When you're trying to destroy people and not trying to work in a way that it actually is fact-based, because if you actually do want to help people, you want to save lives, you want to preserve health, you would go with facts first and foremost. You wouldn't just make shit up. You wouldn't just manipulate data. You wouldn't try to destroy the economy and try to manipulate elections because you're trying to preserve health. It obviously had very little or nothing to do with health. This was all manufactured. And I don't even know if I'm restreaming. I may be restreaming to YouTube. I have no fucking clue at all. And I don't even care. Like I said, I may end up getting banned from YouTube. Who gives a shit at this point? So there's that. You know, that's really the only thing I wanted to say on stream. Particularly wanted to say on stream because I don't have anything planned for a stream. I'm not going to do anything in particular. So let's see. Orthodox is saying the manipulating was only done by the Jews and Masons at the top. The normal people were genuinely wanted to protect themselves and others. I don't agree. I don't agree that it was just Jews and Masons at the top. It was a whole gamut of the elites trying to regain political power by committing the fraud that they did for the election. And in order to commit the fraud they did for the election, they had to go through this whole... They had to do this massive propaganda thing. Honestly, I think That is a fraction. What you're talking about is like a sliver of, like a slice of the pie of what's going on. Because the people on the ground, the normal people that you're saying, no, they were very willing to do very evil shit to people. So no, I don't justify them. I don't believe that it was only to protect themselves and others. Like I said, evil shit. Oh yes, trying to get people, denying healthcare, people with cancer not given treatment, actually violating people's rights and laws. That's evil shit. Trying to sick the police on people for no reason at all because they wouldn't wear a mask and all they wanted to do was do some grocery shopping. They wanted food. Trying to deny food to people. That's fucking evil shit right there. Trying to ruin livelihood of people because they wouldn't want to wear a piece of fabric over their face, where evidence after evidence after evidence after evidence was showing that the piece of fabric was ineffective. I'm sorry, no, that's evil. So these normal people wanting to, oh, really orthodox. Is that so? Oh, no, sir. Not at all edge cases. This was the norm. This was what was happening during all of COVID. You couldn't go to a supermarket if you didn't wear a mask. Because it was perceived as a political thing. It was perceived as purely political, that you were just making a political statement, even if you had legitimate. Well, they were denying healthcare to people. Yeah, you were being denied healthcare. You're being thrown out of hospitals and doctors' offices. Yeah, you couldn't go to an eye doctor, for example, to get your eyes checked. People had there was a huge increase in cancer complications and in some cases even deaths. Look at the numbers, because people weren't given cancer screenings. There was an increase in cancers. The word is escaping. Diagnosis. There you go. There was an increase in cancer diagnosis of people because people weren't being screened. So by the time things opened up again and people were again starting to screen themselves for cancers and getting regularly checked up again, oh, guess what? Now a bunch of people had cancer because they had it, but it wasn't detected early on because nobody gave a hoot about that, because it was all about the COVID. Simple. Yeah, that happened. Not to mention all the evil shit where people wanted to put people in concentration camps in New Zealand and in Australia. They actually built concentration camps in New Zealand. That Jacinta cunt? No, that's not a side effect when the media keeps pushing people to do this shit. When the media keeps pushing people to do this shit and politicians push people to do this shit and people blindly follow a huge swatch of the it's not just the Jewish media, it's all media. Like forget the Jewish aspect of it for a second. It's everything. It's everything. It was every politician. That's besides the point. I mean, let's say for the sake of argument it is all Jewish. It doesn't matter. The fact is that all people in the United States are not Jewish. So it doesn't really matter if the media is Jewish or not. It's a matter of how do people respond to that shit. And that's the problem. Where people are so malleable and so easy to manipulate that COVID happened, where you had basically a whole cause and effect of people's behaviors that were very reminiscent and mirror-like of what happened during the Third Reich, where you had, if people were hiding Jews, your neighbor needed to narc on you. If you were having someone over, your neighbors had to narc on you. If I wanted to go see, do a funeral, I could, people couldn't even see their dead relatives. Well, and apparently people were at war with people that didn't want to wear masks during COVID. So it's the same shit. It's the same techniques. It's the same propaganda methods. It's the same kind of othering of other people and vilifying of other people. And then you have a huge swath of the population that went along with it. COVID made me realize, what happened during pre and during World War II, I can believe it because people are capable of doing that. People are definitely capable of doing that. And I think that's the biggest issue that really irks me more than anything else about what happened during COVID. I mean, when you couldn't even say goodbye to a loved one when they were dying, and you couldn't even, you couldn't grieve next to your loved ones at a funeral home. Again, that's evil shit. That's very evil. Simple. So I can see, in my view, I can see that comparison. I can see that that's a matter of perspective. That's a matter of perspective. It's not evil if the narrative is true. Thanks, Rabbi. Those are very interesting titles. You know what? I gotta take a screenshot of that. I'm always up for interesting books and interesting reads. Yeah, but the problem is the narrative wasn't true, and it was provably false. See, the thing is this, when you have people going against the narrative, in the case of COVID, for example, there was a huge amount of people that went against the narrative. And a lot of people went against the narrative because it was factually untrue. Now, if the narrative is true, now let's say there was another bubonic plague where you had a death rate of 50% of people that get it, you have basically a 50-50 chance of survival. When you get it, you either die or you don't. Okay, in that case, most people would go along with this sort of thing because the numbers are actually true. The danger of it is actually true. The mortality rate of it is true. The methods to prevent the disease, like let's say masks did prevent COVID, the spread of COVID. Then okay, most people would comply. Most people wouldn't have an issue with it, and you wouldn't have to have that sort of propaganda that they did. But the problem is they knew they were lying. We knew they were lying. Everybody fucking knew they were lying. But the thing is, but the thing is this, see, they were rooting to destroy our country. And it wasn't the anti-vaxxers and the anti-maskers that were planning the destruction of this country. It was the opposite. It was the people controlling the narrative that were trying to destroy this country and trying to get rid of Trump and trying to destroy the economy, because the economy was the only, not the only, but it was the biggest and largest and strongest talking point that Trump had. They needed to destroy that. They said so themselves. Nothing exists in a vacuum, as I've mentioned many times before, right? So if nothing exists in a vacuum, I mean, then you have this thing where that's what's happening here. Actually, I don't know if the screenshot's gonna save. I'm just going to copy paste that into a text document here. So that to me is what the major crux is. And you know, none of us lived during World War II. So I can't say with 100% accuracy and you know, factual data of being there, seeing what happened. I can't say exactly what happened during World War II and pre-World War II, like between World War I and World War II. So, but all I'm saying is that what happened during COVID was an eye-opener and made me realize, yeah, I can see how that can happen. I can see how you can have dictators take over. I mean, because this has happened many times over in history. This isn't unique to Germany. This is a fundamental difference between the mindset of the cucked and alpha, the slave goyim and the liberated free man. A free man will always prefer freedom with danger of any level or any kind over security by trading freedom. The founding fathers said as much. The nice people forcing masks for safety fundamentally misunderstood freedom for what it means. No, they knew exactly what freedom meant. When you have people like Arnold Schwarzenegger going on and saying, fuck your freedom, and other people essentially saying, fuck your freedom, Arnold Schwarzenegger said it straight out. You know? But the thing is this. Again, it goes back to factual data in my opinion, because as much as I don't want to trade my freedoms for safety, I am perfectly okay with taking risks as long as I have the freedom to take those risks. Okay? I totally agree with with that point that you're making, where freedom with risks is worth preserving versus such safety and security where I'm giving up all my rights and freedoms. It's not worth it in my opinion. However, if someone came to me with actual factual data saying, okay, here's actual undeniable proof, masks will prevent the spread of this disease. Here's actual undeniable proof that this disease is actually, you know, deadly, according to what the narrative was saying. You know, again, going back to the difference between COVID and, say, the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague had a 50% mortality rate. Half the people that would catch it would die. We couldn't even breach 1% with COVID. That is a minuscule number in comparison. So when you bring actual data to me and say, in order to prevent people from dying, we need to take certain measures, yeah, it was all bullshit narrative. I mean, COVID did exist as a virus because the coronavirus does exist. It's not like it's a fabrication. But the whole pandemic was fabrication. The whole, shutting the world down and doing all this nonsense, it was all bullshit. But going back to what I was saying, like, I would be willing, if someone says, okay, there's hard evidence that shows the mortality rate of this virus and that a mask actually does prevent disease spreading, then I would not view it as trading freedom. I would not view that as saying I gotta trade my freedom in order to be safe. I would be like, okay, I'm just gonna take some preventative measures that are logical. They make sense because the data shows that it makes sense. So I will wear a mask because, yeah, I should wear a mask to protect myself first and foremost, and prevent spread of the disease because the data actually showed me that this is true, this to be true. Unfortunately, or fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you view the whole thing, it was pretty quickly determined that what they were saying was absolute bullshit. So a good amount of people did push against it, push back, and for good reason, and they did, and it was good. Because if everybody went along with this, we still would be in masks. We still would be shut down. We still would be absolutely controlled and in a police state. So that's the problem. Well, you make the choice, exactly. That's my whole point. They would give you, if you had the data, mandates would not be required. Mandates would not be a thing because all you would say is, okay, these are the facts, and you then make your choice. You make your bed, you lay in it then. Well, I don't know about the lampshades. I've heard about that. I've heard about stuff like that, but I've also seen mounds of gold teeth from Swiss banks, like all this stuff taken from Swiss banks, for example. So I don't know. I don't know anything about whether there is veracity to that, in all honesty, because in the past I used to believe it more. Nowadays, because of everything that I've seen of what the media does, no, it's definitely possible. You can. I don't know about the 6 million. I mean, it's definitely possible to make items out of human skin. That is possible. People have done it. 6 million people burned in ovens. I don't know. I've never done the math on that, and I've never been, never really cared to. My thing is this. My thing is this. When in 2 years? No, I think it was longer. Well, I think a lot of it, there's a lot, like I said before in chat, I do think there's a lot of bullshit surrounding what the Holocaust was about. I do think that there's a lot of hyperbole. I think there's a lot of exaggerations. I've heard different numbers. It's not just 6 million. Sometimes I've heard more. Sometimes I've heard less. So that's what I mean. I think the problem, to me, the war was longer than 2 years. The camps are around for only 2 years. I didn't know that. I don't know about that. I thought the camps were longer than that too. I don't know. I think that there's some evidence of shenanigans with what happened. I mean, you definitely had camps. You definitely had people, having their well, I think that's stupid. I think it's stupid to make it illegal to deny the Holocaust or anything like that. That's that's a huge infringement on freedom of speech. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, and everybody's entitled to express an opinion. I don't really care if someone denies it or they don't. I don't care if someone believes it or they don't. Some people can believe that the Holocaust existed. Some people can believe that it didn't exist. I personally believe, from and this is more anecdotal because in my ancestry I have people that were involved. I'm of European descent. I don't think it should be illegal to say anything. If we want to talk about free speech, we should say that free speech is free speech, and people can say it happened, people can say it didn't happen. The only thing to me is, like, if you say it didn't happen, I say give me the evidence, and if you say it did happen, I say give me the evidence, and then we'll see where the chips fall. I mean, that's really what it boils down to, and I think that's really what should happen in anything, not just about the Holocaust. I'm talking about anything. Exactly, yeah, it should be freely debated. I don't think that any topic is really off the table when it comes to debate. There are very few topics that I would say are not worth debating. Like, you have people on Twitter, LGBT people who want to argue for pedophilia, for MAPS, minor attracted persons. You know, so that stuff to me is, for example, I don't really think it's even worth discussing, because you're dealing with sex with minors. There's no justification for that in any way, shape, or form. So it's like, why even bring that out at the table for a debate? It doesn't even make any sense. Well, going back to what I was saying about my ancestry, so I'm the only thing I'm gonna say about my ancestry, because I don't want to dox anything about myself, is the only thing I'm gonna say is it is of European descent, and because it's of European descent, there have been people in my ancestry that went through World War II. Now, I can say they weren't German. That's the only thing I'm gonna say. They weren't involved on that side of the aisle, but there was interactions during, like, everybody in Europe interacted with everybody else when it came to World War II. I've heard a lot of stories of people telling me what they experienced, old timers telling me what they experienced during World War II, and the kind of cruelty and just violence and a lot of things that happen, and with like the Germans invading different parts of Europe. So there's definitely a lot of violence involved. There's definitely a lot of cruelty involved with people that were just civilians, had nothing to do. These weren't soldiers. These weren't people fighting against the Germans. These had nothing to do with the war itself. These were civilians that were being basically abused. They were being murdered. There's a lot of things that happen. A lot of unpleasantness that happened during World War II. Let's just put it that way. And it was at the hands of the Germans. So I'm not saying that that's necessarily ironclad evidence of, yes, then definitely the 6 million number is accurate. Yes, definitely what happened in the concentration camps happened, etc., etc. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that there is definitely accounts of a good deal of cruelty from the side of Germany, and there was a huge propaganda machine on the side of Germany as well, and there's a huge propaganda machine on the side of the Allies. Don't get me wrong. Don't think that I'm saying that the Allies had no propaganda. I mean, just look at all the wartime cartoons and look at all the wartime stuff that happened on our side of the aisle here in the United States. So there's a lot of that going around all around. But, Hitler was clearly anti-Jewish. I don't think that was a thing that he hid about himself. He had a big problem with the Jews. He was anti-Semitic, if you want to put it that way. They had the stormtroopers, the brown shirts. They had propaganda. They had people labeled with the Star of David. There was this othering. There was this pushing of their society to out and narc on other people and basically dehumanize certain groups of people. Whether you feel that's justified or not, those things happen. Concentration camps were around for 2 years or so, at minimum 2 years from what you're telling me, if not longer, from other accounts that I've heard. So there were a lot of things that happened, and I think that no, camps are not good. We're gonna have to disagree on that one, Orthodox. Well, there's definitely cruelty in war. There's no doubt about that, Rabbi. Um, yeah. There's definitely cruelty on all sides when it comes to war. War is not a pleasant thing. It's not a walk in the park. So you're gonna find that sort of thing. You're gonna find that sort of thing no matter what. That's really what it boils down to. Which camps had these swimming pools and music halls, and who were using them? That's the question. Well, I mean, if we're looking at the numbers of deaths, I mean, the number of Russians killed during and I think even post World War II, I think, but mostly during World War II, was insane. They suffered the most casualties than everybody else. More Russians died than any other population during World War II. I think they even beat out the number. I saw this thing once about that, and I think it actually beats out the number of 6 million for the Jews, actually, if I'm not mistaken. There was this. I remember seeing this website that uh, presented all this data in a kind of this animated form, and it was. I was more fascinated about the actual like animated coding of it when I was looking at this thing, because that's where it came to me from. Someone showed it to me because of the techniques used in coding this and displaying this data. But then the data itself caught my eye because I was like, well, holy crap, the Russians really they took the biggest hit out of everybody. Yet nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about how many Russians died during World War II and how many Russians suffered during World War II. Well, the Russians did show a particular cruelty. That is true. There are reports of that. And I don't think every Russian was Jewish, though. All Russians are not Jewish. The vast majority of Russians have a different ethnicity. The entire Russian, the entire Russian army. Chaplain people? Who are chaplain people? I've never heard of that. Commissar? I'm not sure I follow. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I follow. They were wait, so you're saying the majority of the Soviet army were all part of a political party? Are we talking about the are we talking about ethnicity? I'm a little confused at what you're getting at. Let me bring that up. Which means commissary. In English, the transliteration commissar often refers specifically to the political commissars of Soviet and Eastern Bloc armies, or to the people's commissars, while administrative offices are called commissaries. The Russian word whatever from French was used in Russia for both political and administrative officials. The title has been used blah blah. 1896, the Russian army commissars were officially charged of supply for the armed forces. Commissaries were used during the provisional government for regional heads of administration, but the term commissar is associated with the number of Cheka and military functions in Bolshevik and Soviet government military forces during the Russian Civil War. The White Army widely used the collective term Bolsheviks and commissars for their opponents, and with the later term People's Commissar for government ministers and political commissar in the military. Okay. Chaplain. Chaplain is what you're talking about as a chaplain is CHAPLAIN, I believe. Actually. In the Red Army, a political commissar was a high-ranking functional. I was about to read that functionary at a military headquarters who held the co-equal rank and authority with the military commander of the unit. The Bolshevik Party established political commissars in 1918 to control and improve morale in the military forces. Commissars were in charge of communist political propaganda and indoctrinating the public with communist ideology. From 1917, the Bolshevik administration, like the provisional government before it, relied on experienced army officers whose loyalty it distrusted. Trotsky summarized the solution to the issue. We took a military specialist and we put on his right hand and on his left hand a commissar. During the early stages of the usage of commissars, no military order might be issued which did not have the prior approval of both the commander and the commissar. Many lower-level political officers never received the same military training as commanding officers. Prior to becoming a commissar, an individual had to be registered as a communist for a minimum of 3 years and had to attend specific political institutions, many of which never offered any military-oriented training. Well, that's interesting. All right. Pardon me. Various historical German states have used an equivalent title, Reichskommissar, for several administrators who held responsibility over a territory or area of government. So in the British, the term commissary was used by the British and U.S. military to denote an officer in charge of supplying an army with provisions and equipment. Hold on. I believe Orthodox is also referring to party leadership. Its banned memory hold info, but if you dig into the early Soviet party leadership, it was statistically very high in Jewish, Bolshevik, and individuals. There's a graph that shows somewhere between 70 and 90% of the mid and upper level political officers were Jewish. I'm not sure if I can find the graph. The first composition of the political bureau, the Central Committee of Russian Communist Party Bolsheviks, 40%, 30 out of 70. Out of 7. 3 out of 7. Vedomosti. Jewish Bolshevism or Judeo-Bolshevism is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that claims that the Russian Revolution of 1917 was a Jewish plot and the Jews controlled the Soviet Union and international communist movements, often in furtherance of a plan to destroy Western civilization. It was one of the main Nazi beliefs that served as an ideological justification for the German invasion of the Soviet Union and the Holocaust. Well, Orthodox, I mean, one thing to consider is the fact that you did have well, I mean, you did have Germany. Germany was European scapegoat after World War One, essentially. And what you had was that with the Treaty of Versailles and other things like that, you had a lot of limitations put on Germany also was contributed to what started World War II. I mean, and this was what I was getting at. What happened here was that there was a huge amount of appeasement that was being done. Chamberlain did a lot of appeasement to Germany when Hitler took power, and they kept just appeasing and bowing to the demands of Germany. So you even had countries being, I think Lithuania, if I'm not mistaken, was just given to Germany when the representative of Lithuania wasn't even present in one of these international meetings, you know? I don't know. I've never heard about Germany and Russia both declaring war on Poland. That's all I know, is that Germany went into Poland, and that is what triggered a lot of what happened. Why would Russia declare war on Poland, though? Just out of nowhere? That doesn't even make sense. I don't even know if I'm on YouTube right now. I really don't know. Let's see how Jewish was Bolshevik regime of the late 1910s, 20s, and 30s in Russia. You know, actually, I could check to see if I'm streaming on YouTube. There's a simple way for me to find out. Well, actually, you know what? I don't think I am. I don't think I am because even though the restream is going, because I stream to Realms and Realms restreams to my restream.io account, which I don't believe I have turned on right now, but so let me actually, I could try and see. Let me log in and see if it's automatically not Realms. Let me go to my restream and log into that and see if that's actually running. I have no idea if it is or not. Yes, it seems I am live on DLive and YouTube. Hi DLive, hi YouTube. Apparently I am streaming on there right now. So there we go. I really hate Restream.io's interface now. They made it so like friggin' clunky. I hate it. It's so bad. And I didn't even update the titling on this, so I'm gonna have to do a post-stream update on the title because this is technically episode 88, so to speak. You know, things like that. But anyways, that's interesting. So yeah, if I showed that, I'd probably get banned on YouTube. Oh boy. Where the hell did I put... I gotta look around for this thumb drive. I have an important thing I need to do with that, actually. But going back to this discussion real quick is, yeah, see, this is the thing. I mean, you guys are showing me all this stuff, okay? And it very well may be true. I'm not saying that what you're telling me is bullshit, but at the same time, like, both sides of what I've seen are telling me that their side is the truth. So it's like, okay, well, I need some actual discernment now of, okay, this is what you're presenting me is actually factually true versus what other things that were presented to me are I was told are factually true are not. So that becomes the conundrum when you're trying to talk to people about any of these sort of things. And then Wikipedia is Wikipedia. So you know that Wikipedia has their own biases, and you know they're known for not being accurate anyways. Because he wanted to. That's why he did it. He was going around again because the theory was this, that the original Germany and the original German people, that was the landmass that should have always belonged to Germany. It's kind of like I saw this theory Actually, I saw this thing about Israel where this was back during George W. Bush. George W. Bush times, if not prior to that, you had this plan that Israel wanted to have this restored land of Israel where it takes up a giant swath of the Middle East. And that should be, according to the plan, what the actual landmass for Israel should be, not the tiny little bit that they're in right now. So that was why he was doing that. It was basically conquering, and then once you conquer lands and you can conquer lands and annex them and everything. If you see that you're successful at this, kind of like the Roman Empire, why wouldn't you go farther? So there's a lot of stuff that happens with the human psyche when it comes to that sort of thing, and Hitler obviously was a very powerful political figure at the time. He was a very powerful political figure. He was the Times Man of the Year. He may have had a Napoleon complex. Yeah, I mean, Napoleon also. All these people, I mean, you have to have a certain mindset to be dictatorial. I mean, Stalin, Mao, all these people. Yeah. Hitler believed in ideological and racial reuniting, a return of the kingdom or Reich, so any European was welcome to be part of it. I don't know if any European was welcome to be part of it. I think only a certain class of Europeans, a certain ethnic group of Europeans, were welcome to be part of it. Yeah, Austria was all for this. When Austria got annexed into Germany, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, at first you had people go along with it, and you had also a lot of appeasement from Europe because they really didn't want another world war. The whole point of all this appeasement was to avoid another world war, which did nothing but instigate another world war. Yeah. And those countries that are really close to Germany, like Austria, etc., yeah, those there's a logic to that, and because ethnically they're very much the same as Germans. There's not a huge ethnic divergence there, so it would make sense for them to say, yeah, we want to be part of a part of everything, part of what we used to be. Yeah, that makes sense. But anyways, like I said, I actually need to take care of this one thing, and I need to track down where the hell I put that thumb drive for it. So I may have to just disconnect here for that, and maybe I can reconnect later. But um, so actually, let me do this. Yeah, see, this microphone is a little wonky, not wanky. Oh, there we go. I got disconnected. See, I knew that was gonna happen. I had a feeling, but I need to see if I can figure this out and stay connected here. You have another verboten graph on racial policy. You know what? Share it now. Share it now, because I'm trying not to disconnect if I can help it. But I gotta look for something while I'm on stream here, so you're gonna hear a lot of background noise, unfortunately. And I don't hear my music anymore. You guys still hear the background music? Because for some reason I'm not hearing it. 1608, damn. Yeah, I know that they were all trying to use that against Trump, that his last name used to be Trump. I'm like, who cares? You know how many people's last names were changed when they came to the United States? It's insane. Like, who the fuck really cares about that, honestly? It's so dumb. It's so dumb. God damn it. Ah! Everything just fell out of my backpack. Oh well. Well, technically speaking, it's a blip. It's a blip in the history of conflict of humanity in general. I mean, do you know how many conflicts human beings have gone through? How many wars and how many, nonsense? It's just insanity. The sheer amount of stuff that that human beings have put themselves through, it's almost a shock that we're still alive to even talk about it. Okay, I found all my thumb drives here. Now I just gotta see if I find the right one. Ugh. Alright. Because I got stuff I gotta do that I forgot that I needed to do it. So... wait, where's the thumb drive? I just had it in my hand. What did I do with it? If that's the, it may not be the right one, actually. Oh, that's not the right one. Where the hell did I put it then? Let me do this. I'm gonna take a quick, I'm gonna do a switch over here so I can actually walk around and do stuff without being tethered to my microphone. So, stand by. I'll be right back. All right, check, check. There we are. Okay. So I am now just using my headset's microphone, so I probably don't sound as good as I sounded before. But at least I can move around here and chit chat. These world wars came from the most godless time period, in my opinion. Came out of the colonial era where all the aristocrats and kings were completely bent on money, which led to social Darwinism, and now all of those godless worldviews are just degenerated into doing drugs and sex. You may not be wrong on that one, in all honesty. um, I think there's been a general degradation of society over just everything, frankly. It just over the entire span of humanity, we've had more and more and more degeneracy, more and more and more degradation of society. I think that is a huge problem in modern society, is this complete obliteration of values and morals, and it's a problem. In my opinion, it's a big problem. No, you can format disk. Forget that. Okay. So if these two thumb drives don't have what I'm looking for, I'm gonna have to dig around. But yeah, society has definitely some pretty big issues, in my opinion, and people refuse to actually address the real issues that plague society. Well, I mean, it could be a reaction to that. I mean, I'm sure that played a role. I mean, of course it played a role. I don't see why it wouldn't play a role, frankly. But the thing is, we should be, in theory, more enlightened in this day and age where we recognize this sort of thing, and we can recognize values that have worked in our society, that have done positive things for society. And as such, we should be able to make informed decisions about society, about how we act, and what our goals as a whole are. And I believe I just found my thumb drive. Let's see. Yes, I think I can get back to the original setup now. Yeah, in a moment. I gotta take care of a couple things. Then I can. My computer doesn't just die on me here, or. Oh, more fun stuff here. Okay, let's see. Copy pasta. Don't click YouTube viewers. This is verboten the racial breakdown of who was considered acceptable in the German state. Okay. Well, I'm not displaying any of this on my screen right now. This is just for me to see. But see, this is this goes back to what we were talking about when it comes to like this stuff is ridiculous that you shouldn't be uh, that you get banned because you're showing something like this. This is just kind of dumb. This is all in German. Oh wait. German blood does not form its own race. The German people are made up of representatives of different races, but all these races are characterized by the fact that their blood is mutually compatible, and the mixture of these bloods, unlike the blood that is unrelated to them, does not create obstacles and tension. Lost my mouse here for a second. Okay. To the German blood, you can without a doubt equate the blood of the peoples whose racial makeup is similar to the German people. This applies to all peoples inhabiting the enclosed spaces of Europe. Blood related to the German is equally viewed in relation to all its properties. Therefore, minorities living in Germany, for example, Poles, Danes, etc., can become citizens of the Reich. Okay. This illustration shows a racial map of Europe in the National Socialist view. As we can see, all European peoples are presented as a mixture of 6 Aryan races. Eastern Slavs are mostly comprised of the East Baltic and Nordic races. So despite countless years of wartime propaganda with a single aim to divide and conquer the nations of Europe with such ridiculous claims as Nazis consider Slavs to be subhuman, we in the modern age can still research and discover all documented reality. The 6 races, Nordic, Polish, Western, East Baltic, Eastern Danaric, are called Aryan according to our legislation. Therefore, those people who belong to one of the 6 races or carry the properties of these races in a mixed form are considered Aryan in Germany. Non-Aryans, on the other hand, are the Orientals and Near Easterners, or crosses of of these two with other races as represented by the Jewish people. Okay. Well, that's very interesting. But a lot of that stuff too, I guess back then, is also based off of racial theories that don't really hold up to genetics nowadays too. That's very interesting. Yeah, well, like with phrenology, for example. Yeah, that sort of stuff just doesn't hold up to scrutiny nowadays. Because that doesn't mean anything. The problem with the Germans was too much emphasis on genetics and not on culture. It's like people are believing that genetics create cultures, creates religion, which is the opposite. Religion creates culture and morphs genetics. Um, you know, to a degree, yes. I think genes. I mean, there. That's the eternal debate in psychology, especially psychology as a biological subject. There's a lot of debate between nature versus nurture, and a lot of people want to argue that everything is nature. Everything, like what forms a human being, is basically it's an environment, it's upbringing. Everything is nature, is nurture. actually. So the other side of the coin is arguing that no, there's nature, there's genes, there's things innate that there's things innate to human beings that regardless of their environment, that we to a certain degree, there's a part of every human being that is just kind of immutable, that is just the core of who we are as a human being. So there are definite things I believe that it's like most people in psychology and most social sciences, the belief is that it's a mixture of things. What makes us act in a certain way, or react in a certain way, or perceive things in a certain way, a lot of it is a mixture of nature versus nurture. I don't know who prominent psychologists or psychiatrists are in this day and age. I haven't looked into that at all. But I'm just talking to you about about theories here, where there is a difference between what goes on inside a human being genetically, like what it genetically gets manifested versus what external factors influence a person. Now, external factors definitely influence people. If a human being goes through trauma or tragedy or anything like that, or not even necessarily negative things, if they have positive experiences, that will create a certain perception of life. That'll also create a certain way of they will behave. But there's also innate personality traits, certain things about people where you, for example, would behave in a certain way regardless of the situation, and I would behave in a certain way. That's just part of my personality. You know, some people, their personality it manifests in a stronger way. Others manifest in a lesser way. So it just really depends on the human being, and that's where that whole nature versus nurture thing happens, because you have two different sides of that coin. Honestly, what what's going on? What happened? I lost my browser. There we go. Now I gotta see if I can actually log into this thing here. Foreskins. Oh boy. Assuming that I gotta log in here, I may be wrong. We're gonna find out soon enough if I can log in and take care of this. I gotta make a payment. Ooh, excuse me. Generally, try not to yawn on stream. This day has been a weird day for me. Oh! I got it right. Go beans. Very nice. Well, see, I appreciate you saying that, Rabbi. I mean, see, to me, even if I don't necessarily know or think that what's being told to me is correct, I'm the kind of person. I'm a data-driven person. I'm a very pragmatic person at the end of the day, and it's like, well, you claim this, sure, okay. Let me just see what your evidence is of that, and if there's something, if there's any merit, I'll consider it. So, and I don't necessarily have to agree with anything you tell me. I just think people can just have a reasonable adult conversation, be civilized, and go, okay, well, I agree or I don't agree, and that's that, and just move on with their lives. Like, ultimately, at the end of the day, would any of this that we're discussing like throw my worldview in such a shambles that I was like, oh, I don't even want to look at this because it's just going to destroy my perspective of the world? No, of course not. It doesn't really change things at the end of the day for me. Not really, anyways. Not that I can think of. I don't think there's any way that's necessarily going to completely alter like my whole experience as a human being. I'm always willing to entertain a discussion on anything, on just about any topic. And I'm gonna connect my other microphone again so it actually sounds better. Hold on, let me do that. Because I know this one sounds more tin canish. It's a very strange society we live in where we have a social Darwinism as replacement for the Old Testament law and anti-racism as the New Testament. Yeah, it's this whole it's a matter of controlling people at the end of the day. I mean, our society is fundamentally, I feel, broken, and there's different reasons for that. When you remove a shared value system, I think you have this vacuum, this void, and the more garbage you fill that void with, that's what creates these sort of social divisions where you're creating these lenses that people see life through that is completely inaccurate, and it's not based in reality, you know and it creates a problem in our society when you have people making like ridiculous distinctions, like that video that was on iHypocrite today. And I've seen that video before, like there's so many clips in iHypocrite, but I've seen that one clip where the guy was like, I'm not stealing, I'm shoplifting. Does that distinction really make a fucking difference at the end of the day? Of course not. Absolutely not, it doesn't. But people will make ridiculous distinctions for that reason, because they're trying to justify themselves, or they've been filled with this idea in their head that there's an actual difference between shoplifting and such, as if that really makes a difference at the end of the day. All right, back to my old microphone. Not my old microphone, my actual good microphone. I don't know why I can't hear my background music anymore, though. Something's definitely goofy. Switching to Bluetooth did not... Windows did not like that. Not at all. Not at all. But, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe if I switch this around, I might be able to hear it. Oh, there you go. I mean, as long as you guys hear the music, background music, I don't care if I don't hear it. That's not really important. Okay. Yeah, I had to click play on it one more time, even though it was playing this whole time because I switched out to a different audio device. For some reason, it stopped, and I had to kick it on again. So yeah, I have it very low because I don't want to have to compete with the background music. It's just this instrumental, moody background thing that I have for my streams now because I pause and I don't want to have just dead air. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't be that quiet. I mean, I could probably increase it a bit. Does that sound any better? I don't want to have to compete with it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want it to be at the same level of me speaking. Because then that just makes life complicated and I don't want to deal with that. So that's really what it boils down to. I hope it's not too loud. The idea that you cannot criticize a collective group of people who live together, share the same values, do the same sorts of stuff, identify with each other exclusively is insane. I agree with that, actually, Orthodox. I don't. My firm belief is everybody. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. My firm belief is that nobody is above reproach. Nobody is above criticism. I don't care what degree of like prominence you are in society. You could be a president, you could be a pope, you could be anybody, a king, a principality. It doesn't matter to me if you have some sort of titling or power behind yourself. It doesn't matter what group you are part of. It doesn't matter if you are priests or if you are like anybody in the LGBT community. The fact that they even call it an LGBT community for me is also a very odd thing, but that's a whole different discussion. I mean, there's a reason why they do that, but like, well, it shouldn't matter. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't matter. I don't care if it's like if I want to criticize the Italians, the Jews, the Germans, the Russians, the Asians, the Americans, Brazilians, I don't care. If you do something stupid, I'm going to call out what you do as stupid, period. If you do something good or evil, I'm going to say you did something good or evil. It doesn't really matter to me what friggin' group you're a part of. Nobody is above reproach, in my opinion. I'm a firm believer that everyone is open to critique. Yeah, I would say so. Racism conflicts with everyone being in the one world. Hold on, let me go back and read something here. The reason they aren't allowed to criticize is because of the Holocaust, which is the perfect result of social Darwinism, which all of the West still believes as a core law of nature. I don't think it's only because of the Holocaust. I think the Holocaust is the perfect scapegoat, the perfect reason why that is used as a shield against criticism. Because obviously there's a long history of Jewish criticism. I mean, there's a lot of materials that date way back before before the Holocaust that were used to criticize the Jews. So I don't think that the Holocaust itself is the only reason why you can't, you aren't allowed to, but it is definitely a perfect shield against criticism. And same with racism in general. Like, that's why you can't criticize groups of ethnicities, because then you'll be viewed as a racist. But you can criticize white people, though. You can criticize white people, but you can't criticize anybody else. So let's see. What do you think of traditional nationalism of this, regardless of political system, but having a nation and its people, for its people, each group having their own, etc., such as Japan or Korea? Very difficult to emigrate or live there, but easy to visit and welcoming in that way. And they always do things in the interest of their own nations. I actually believe that that's what countries should be doing in general. I mean, the United States used to have a more traditional nationalist culture. It was welcoming. It was viewed as a melting pot, because when people came into our country, you came into the full. Oops, I hit my microphone. You came into the fold of our culture and society. So you became American. But what I'm saying is, with the melting pot analogy, is what I'm saying is that it wasn't that you came in and you had to just do your own thing and not care about the interests of the United States. When you became an American, your interest should be the interest of the United States. Well, the reason why the United States is a little bit different that way too is because the United States philosophy, like the core philosophy of the United States, is bringing everybody in from other countries and becoming American, and creating this amalgamation of cultures and ethnicities into one homogenous kind of glob of people, which in theory can work if you have a shared value system. If all Americans that are currently here and the new people that come to the United States to become Americans all agree on the same values of, yes, we all believe in freedom of speech. Yes, we all believe in the Second Amendment, and we all believe in a government for the people, by the people, etc., etc. That sort of thing. Then it makes sense. And I think that that's one of the main problems that we have in the United States, is that at one point there was a shared value system. Well, it may very well be, but the thing is, if we had a shared value system, it wouldn't even matter. If we had a shared value system, it wouldn't matter at all. And that's where the problem is. It's not so much bringing people in. The problem is it Everstein, Singelberg, Timowitz. That just makes me laugh. I'm sorry. But but it goes back to Well, I mean, there definitely should be some racial realism in that. I mean, obviously, like an Italian will not have the same, and Christian will not have the same culture as uh, an Asian and who's Buddhist, whose histories are completely divergent, completely different. So, so yeah, I mean, there definitely has to be some realism. I mean, I'll tell you a story about myself, which it won't necessarily dox myself or anything, but it is from my university days. And I was interviewed by our school paper. Well, interviewed. That's what they claimed. They wanted to ask students about their dating habits, and they asked me about my dating habits. They're like, "Would you date this? Would you date that?" They were like, "Would you date someone who's of a different ethnicity than you?" And or someone from different religions, and I would tell them no, 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 and they're like, well, why wouldn't you date anybody who's different from you? And I would tell them, because I want to date someone who shares my values, someone who shares my culture, someone who shares my faith. What's the point of me dating someone where there's going to be conflict? You know, and I'm a firm believer that you can be as discriminatory as you want when it comes to dating, because you're going to spend your life with this individual, and there's going to be intimate physical things happening between you and this other person, so you can be as discriminatory as you want when it comes to that. The problem is, yeah, we are importing a lot of people. We're not really importing anybody. Our border's just wide open. We're just letting people waltz in. It's not even a matter of importing, actually, if you really want to talk about that. If you really want to talk about that, in this present state of our immigration policies. Yeah, immigration used to be a lot more stringent. It used to be a lot different, and people coming in, there were different standards. Even though some of these standards were, in some cases, they were pretty racist. Actually, if we want to be honest about it, like people coming in through Ellis Island. There's this movie. Oh, I'm trying to think of the name of it right now. It's called Novo Mondo, and it's a Sicilian movie that shows like early 1900s immigration, and I mean, a lot of it, there's some stuff in that movie that's kind of silly, but there are some parts of it that shows like how ridiculous some of the immigration tests were to allow people in. And it was like there was certain metrics that were used to determine whether a person could stay in the United States or not, and it was basically just trying to make it that people just couldn't come in. Well, there's a big problem with that too, Doom. Oh, really? He did Orthodox? I've never heard of this dude. I have no idea who he is. No clue whatsoever. I need to get something from my kitchen, so I will be right back. But before I do that, I can provide some entertainment value to you guys while I'm not around here. Let me do this. I need to bring this down. I don't know if this will actually show this browser. Let me see. Let's do a quick test here. Let's see. The heck is going on here? There we go. Okay. YouTube is being slightly idiotic. So, what can I do here? There's a new Doctor Doom movie coming out? Oh boy. These are gonna be, like, Marvel stuff has turned to such major shit. It's like not even funny, but let me put this on here. Wait. I am going to, if my browser actually behaves here. Alright. I'm gonna try and see if I can play this. While I go take care of something very quickly. I'll play someone else's YouTube video. I'll mooch off of them for the time being.
Happened, dear viewer. The shill media finally grew a spine and turned against their corporate overlords yesterday with an explosive new article from Variety titled simply Crisis at Marvel. And really, I think crisis is probably the best word to describe their current situation. After a string of box office flops and underperformers, coupled with an endless sludge pipe of forgettable Disney Plus shows that fewer and fewer people watch or care about, it really feels like all of their past mistakes, problems and flaws have reached critical mass in the past few months, and now there's just no hiding from it anymore. The article covers a lot of ground at great length, so I'm not going to read the whole thing here, but it does touch on all of the major issues facing the MCU right now with a shocking amount of honesty. There's no real attempt to sugarcoat it or sweep the problems under the rug anymore. This is a straight up laundry list of all of Kevin Feige's biggest headaches. And damn man, judging by the size of that head, he must have quite a few going on. Headache number 1 is Kang, specifically the actor playing him. As the article itself says, the most pressing issue to be discussed at the retreat was what to do about Jonathan Majors, the actor that's been poised to carry the next phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but instead is headed to a high-profile trial in New York later this month on domestic violence charges. The actor insists that he's the victim, but the damage to his reputation and the chance he could lose the case has forced Marvel to reconsider its plans to centre the next phase of its interlocking slate of sequels, spin-offs and series around Major's villainous character, Kang the Conqueror. The thing the author doesn't seem to understand, though, is that it honestly doesn't matter what happens to Jonathan Majors. Whether he's found guilty or innocent isn't going to change the fact that Kang is a fundamentally shit villain, both in concept and execution, and Marvel completely fumbled his introduction anyway. The first time he showed up was in a Disney Plus show that not many people watched or cared about. He was killed off after a single episode, and then he got his ass kicked by Ant-Man of all people in his first movie. The fact that there's an infinite number of him out there in the multiverse removes any sense of stakes or investment in the guy, because ultimately every variant of him is just another disposable stooge that can be replaced at a moment's notice. The human mind isn't really designed to think of characters and conflicts in infinite multiversal terms, and because there's no centralized definitive version to focus on, he's not even a character so much as a force of nature. It's like a hero trying to fight a tidal wave. It doesn't have any emotional resonance because there's no personal connection between them. Like, remember when Cap and Iron Man fought each other in Civil War, and even though it was basically just two guys going at it and the fate of the entire universe wasn't at stake, it still meant a lot because we as an audience knew and understood where both men were coming from. That was nice, I like that. And I think even Marvel have begun to realise the problem they've created for themselves. Marvel is truly fucked with the whole Kang angle, and they haven't had an opportunity to rewrite it until very recently, but I don't see a path to how they can move forward with him. Neither do I, top dealmaker guy, and I don't think Marvel do either. It's a perfect example of raising the stakes until they've become so ludicrously, unfathomably high that they basically leave their own audience behind. Then there's the Marvels. I mean, shit, man, you don't need me or Variety to tell you how this one's shaping up. It's a movie about a bunch of characters nobody cares about, played by a bunch of actresses nobody particularly likes, doing a thing nobody understands while fighting a villain that nobody's ever heard of. Not exactly a winning formula. Directed by Nia DaCosta, The Marvels unites Larson's heroine with two superpowered allies, Monica Rambeau and Kamala Khan. But instead of seamlessly building on the success of Captain Marvel, this movie resulted in 4 weeks of reshoots to bring coherence to a tangled storyline. Then eyebrows were raised again when DaCosta began working on another film while The Marvels was still in post-production. The filmmaker moved to London earlier this year to begin prepping for her Tessa Thompson drama, Hedda. Sounds like a fucking blast. If you're directing a $250 million movie, it's kinda weird for the director to leave with a few months to go. Even the most committed Marvel shills seem to be mysteriously silent on this one. It's like they know what's coming.
It's afraid!
Another problem of their own making is content oversaturation and the corresponding decline in quality. It really began to bite during the pandemic when they started churning out shows onto Disney Plus and never really let up. The constant pace of development on so many different projects at the same time spread their talent and resources too thin, and well, the result was obvious. Almost everything looks and feels rushed, unfinished and shit now because, basically, it is. The so-called bad VFX we see was because of half-baked scripts. That's not Victoria, that's Kevin, and even above Kevin. Those issues should be addressed in pre-production. The timeline's not allowing the Marvel executives to sit with the material. The Marvel machine was pumping out a lot of content. Did it get to the point where there was just too much and they were burning out people on superheroes? It's possible. The more you do, the tougher it is to maintain quality. Damn, the article even mentions the disastrous Blade movie, a project that's now gone through at least 5 different writers, 2 directors, and ended up being shut down completely just 6 weeks before production was due to start. One person familiar with the script permutations says the story at one point morphed into a narrative led by women and filled with life lessons. Blade was relegated to the 4th leads. Oh my goodness, imagine my shock that a Marvel movie with a male lead would push him into the background in favour of a female-centric story that preaches moral lessons to the audience.
Put a chick in it, make her gay! I believe I asked you to put a chick in this and make her gay. Put a chick in it and make it fucking gay as fuck.
You know, it's actually kind of funny to see mainstream outlets finally wake up to this shit. Yeah, people like me have been saying this for years now, and their points are so in line with my own, it almost makes you wonder if they've been taking a few notes, but whatever. Better late than never, I guess. I think even Marvel are starting to grasp the full magnitude of the disaster they've created themselves, and now they're scrambling to fix it. I mean, it's probably too little too late, but at least they're trying. The troubled Blade movie now has a whole new writing team and a vastly reduced budget, which is probably for the best. The days of billion-dollar box office hauls are long behind you, and they ain't coming back. Daredevil was scrapped halfway through filming because it was so shit that even Marvel weren't prepared to release it, and this is coming from the company that thought She-Hulk was good enough for public consumption.
You know I'm the hottest, you ain't never gotta hit me if I'm
There's even rumours that shows like Ironheart might be on the chopping block, because really, who exactly wants or needs to see a cheap derivative knockoff of the most popular hero in the entire MCU? Speaking of which, the article leaves the best for last with this little revelation about their upcoming plans. You know how I made a video recently about modern movies being shit because nobody can ever stay dead? Well, sources say there's been talks to bring back the original gang for an Avengers movie. This would include reviving Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man and Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow, both of whom were killed off in Endgame.
Fuck.
You know, Mahler and I have actually joked about this exact thing on Open Bar multiple times, and both of us agreed that the moment they decided to bring back the original Avengers, that was the sign that the MCU was officially fucked. It's the final desperate move of a studio that's completely out of creative ideas and can't think of any other way to generate even a shred of interest. And the thing is, I suspect it wouldn't even be worth it even if they tried it. Not only would it cost an absolute fortune to bring back actors like Robert Downey Jr. and Scarlett Johansson, both of whom are getting older and don't seem all that excited to step in front of the volume screen again, but it also wouldn't generate the kind of excitement they're hoping for. Yeah, there's still a few Marvel stans out there that would whoop and clap like mindless seals at the return of a few legacy characters, probably the same people who shit their pants over a few seconds of a plastic-looking Hayden Christensen in Ahsoka, but most normal people would see it for exactly what it is, a desperate gimmick, a final Hail Mary to try to shake people out of their apathy towards this franchise. And apathy is the key word here. Apathy is the final stage of franchise death. There was a time when even I was invested enough in the MCU that I actually cared about how it was being mismanaged. I got pissed off at seeing my favourite characters get slowly tarnished or replaced by inferior copies. But now I can't even summon up any kind of emotion about it, and I suspect a lot of other people feel the same. Times have changed and they've moved on to other things now. What used to be a cultural event that had everyone talking and speculating and debating about what might come next and eagerly awaiting the next installment has slowly become a faintly embarrassing relic of a different time, like watching your drunken dad trying to dance to Beyonce at a wedding. Dated and unfashionable and out of touch with its own audience. Unable or unwilling to adapt to a changing market. And you know what? I've got no sympathy for them because they pretty much brought this on themselves. They had the world at their feet back in 2019, and if they'd just taken a moment to catch their breath and plan their next move properly, they probably could have had another 10 years of successful movies. But their greed, hubris, and growing obsession with the message, instead of good storytelling, undid it in just a few short years. They were the architects of their own downfall, and now there's no hiding from it any longer. The MCU is dead, and Marvel killed it. And yet, the one thing I keep asking myself about this article is, why now? Why release such a devastating expose on Marvel right after that infamous South Park episode poking fun at Kathleen Kennedy? Could there possibly be a connection between the two? It almost feels like a little bit of intentional misdirection, shifting the focus from one failing Disney studio head to another. Almost as if someone in a position of power and influence doesn't want us talking about Kennedy, her numerous failures at Lucasfilm, and her public humiliation at the hands of Parker and Stone. But hey, I'm sure this is all just a total coincidence. Right? Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
That was pretty funny. The one thing though, like I've been sort of paying attention to this stuff over time. I do want to see that episode of South Park. I haven't seen it, and I'm not a big South Park fan in general. But yeah, it's not going well for Marvel. It's not going well for. It's especially not going well for DC. Good lord, the DC universe is an absolute fucking mess. But the Marvel universe is just very, very bad too, and it has everything to do with a lot of what he mentioned in the video there. Definitely. But it also has to do with the fact of just he touched upon this like lack of creativity, lack of ideas. And the thing is that I find very funny about that is the very fact that it's like you have so many comics to go off of. So many storylines, so many story arcs, so many characters. You have, 50, 60 years worth of comics basically that you could go and parse through and find some really interesting stories. Maybe some obscure stories, yeah, but you could get some of these stories and polish them off, revamp them for the big screen, and you could have so much fodder, it's not even funny. But instead, they have to focus on what they were talking about, the message, and other bullshit like that, where it's not about storytelling, it's not about characters, it's not about narratives and plots, it's about politics. It's all about politics. Yeah, and it's a sad thing, honestly, because when Marvel stuff came out initially too, I was much more invested in it. I actually cared about. I wouldn't say cared actually. Let me not go that far. But I would say that I was more invested because I did have characters I really particularly liked. I really liked Spider-Man, like many people do, but I also really liked the Incredible Hulk, and the way they've treated the Hulk is a shame. Really, it almost brings tears to your eyes if you really cared about that character. Excuse me 1 second. Okay, had to blow my nose. Didn't want to do that on the microphone. So, but it is sad. It is sad how they treated these characters, and it has everything to do with just political bullshit at the end of the day. It has nothing else to do with anything else. They just want to push a narrative. They want to push this ridiculous diversity nonsense. And it's just sad, in my opinion. Very sad. So, who won? What are you talking about, Doom? I have no idea who Edward Bernays is. Oh, man. Crystallizing public opinion. Edward Louis Bernays. 1891-1995 was a was an American theorist considered a pioneer in the field of public relations and propaganda, and referred to in his obituary as the father of public relations. His best-known campaigns include a 1929 effort to promote female smoking by branding cigarettes as feminist torches of freedom. He's Sigmund Freud's nephew? Really? Is that so? I feel I should be doing something here while I'm chatting, so, you know what? Let's have some fun. I wonder if I can... Well, fun, relatively speaking. Let's see how much fun I can have with this thing. I want to try something here. Let's see. This does not let me choose a random game, doesn't it? I thought it would let me do that. I have a whole like thing to organize my emulator stuff. I was gonna play a game. I want to see if it could just let me choose or just pick one at random. But we could do something else here. So I have a certain number of games here that are in my emulator. A lot of them are Nintendo games, Sega games, things like that. whatever flows your arc. So we're gonna choose a random number here. But I don't know actually if that'll work, because even if I get a random number, I don't know how I'm gonna count to that particular number. Because these aren't numbered in that fashion. Damn it. Gosh darn it. Boo. I don't know. Well, let's just do this. Yeah, that is true, Titsu. There is some of that going on. When volcanoes erupt. Mario's Time Machine. What the heck is that? I don't remember that game at all. That's a legitimate game? Yeah, I guess it is. Nintendo's the publisher for it. Also, strategy education. That's interesting. Well, let's do this. Should I play a Nintendo game? A Sega Master System game? Or a Super Nintendo game? And I also have, actually, some computer games, like some DOS games, old school games. What do I have? Oh, because I have both the regular and the enhanced versions of those two games. Okay. So I'll leave it kind of up to chat. What does chat say? Should I play like a DOS game? That actually reminds me. I think I will put a blanket around me. I'm a little cold. We'll do a cozy gaming, a Kino gaming stream now. We'll switch it up. I don't have hot cocoa. No, I do have hot cocoa actually. I can make some hot cocoa if I want. Sega. So we got 2 votes for Sega and 1 for old DOS games. How do we feel about where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Super volcano eruption could decimate the human population at any moment. Yeah, I can believe that. Let's do where in the world is Carmen Sandiego. We'll start out with that, and then I get tired of this one pretty quick. We can then move on to to something else. Now I just gotta make sure I can actually... Hold on. Yeah, actually, hold on. I'm not gonna do the enhanced version of Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. I like the original one better. I think it has much more charm, and it has much more character to it. Why can't I increase the size of my screen? It's fine. Not important. Alright, let me put this on screen here so everybody can see what I'm doing. This doesn't seem right. Is that looking right? I don't know if that's looking right. That looks... No, that's definitely not looking right. Hold on. There we go. Just position that so you guys can see most of the screen there better with chat. Alright, cool. I should do more of a gaming mode on this, but okay. Let me get the chat up. There we go. This is DOSBox. So we're playing Where the World is Carmen Sandiego, the not enhanced version. This one is DOSBox, is the emulator I'm using for it. This was made in 1985 by Boebert software. I loved Boebert software when I was a kid. They had all these Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. They made Karateka. They made some other really, really awesome games. I played these when I was a kid, like you wouldn't believe. So let's identify myself here. Let's do we'll call ourselves Realms Detectives or Gumshoes. Let's see. Realms Gumshoes. Yes, I'm new. National treasure stolen from Mexico City. The treasure has been identified as the ancient Aztec calendar. Dun dun dun. Alright. Male suspect, so it ain't gonna be Carmen Sandiego. There you go. Track the thief from Mexico City to his hideout and arrest him! Apprehend the thief by what? Sunday, 5 p.m. Okay. Good luck, rookie Realms Gumshoes. Okay. So, more than 50 million people live in metropolitan area of Mexico City, which is probably even more now, since 1985. Let's see. So, we investigate. Friends plays, yes! So, let's go to the hotel. Sources tell me he wanted a lap dictionary. He arrived in a private limo. Okay, so we already have 2 bits of information on him. Male and limo. So let's go to Interpol. Sex. Oh man, see, if nowadays this game came out and it was only male and female, everybody would freak out. Oh, there's only 2 genders! Let's see, what do we got? Okay, so it's between Skar Greynold and Ihor Ihorovich. Alright, let's go to the palace. The suspicious person was here and left in a vehicle flying a red and blue cross flag. He had a fancy ring on. Ooh, another feature. He had a ring. So, what are our connections here? Lima, Oslo, Istanbul. I am drawing a blank. Red and blue cross flag. Lap dictionary. Is that Oslo? Oh, so yeah, now it's 21.8 million. Ooh. Yeah, that's a big jump. Let's go to the museum. Viking artifacts, yes. And they also repeat he has a ring. So let's see. Feature ring. And we have a warrant for Skar Greynold. Alright. Let's go to Oslo. Welcome to Oslo, the capital of Norway. A country known for its beautiful fjords. Let's go to the bank. A vile henchman. You must be on the right track. I saw the person you're looking for. He changed his money to francs. He arrived in a private limo. So francs. What do we got here? Well, it definitely isn't going to be Tokyo or Mexico City. It's got to be Moroni. They use francs in Moroni? I guess it's a French colony, huh? Or was. Might still be. There are 3 Comoro Islands, one with an active volcano. Look. Yes, the Confederate flag is a red and blue cross flag. That's right. Go to the foreign ministry. I saw the person you're looking for, and he said he was taking a message to the president. He mentioned that he plays croquet. To the president. Oh, that could be different things then. That's a little too vague for me. Let's go to the airport. My sources tell me he left in a plane with a sun flag. He was driving a limo. Sun flag. Well, it ain't Canada. They're Leafs. I'm trying to think of the flag of San Marino. It's got to be Buenos Aires. Right? I have a feeling I'm going to fuck this up. I don't know my flags that well. Let's go to the marketplace. See if I fuck this up. Oh, nope, I got it right. There you go. I don't remember the flag of Buenos Aires. Let's see. Street merchant. Sources tell me he said he was a silk buyer. He had his driver along. Silk buyer. Okay. It's all about silk. Well, let's see. Could it be China? For being the first case, this is getting a little complicated. Let me try the last one here. See if it give me any other information besides silk. Reliable sources tell me he left in a yacht flying a red flag. Yeah, it's got to be China. China. As Trump would say, China. Got to be that one. That's a long-ass flight. The People's Republic of China. Yeah, People's. Go to the bank. Oh, there he is. We got him. Thanks to your help, the Mexico City police have apprehended Scar Greynaut. Scar Greynaut had the loot, an ancient Aztec calendar, which will be returned to the grateful residents of Mexico City. We here at Interval thank you for your good work in the case. Good job, Realms Gumshoes. You have earned a promotion. We are now Sleuth. Yay. 3 cases until your next promotion. Okay. We ready for our next case? Yeah, let's do one more, then we can switch to another game. Because this gets a bit repetitive after a while. Flash! National treasure stolen from Kathmandu. The treasure has been identified as the Royal Quartz Collection. You know, on a side note, I've never been big on educational games, but this is one of those exceptions where I feel they did a very good job. Excuse me, they did a very good job mixing the educational aspects of it. And also like a good balance between the educational aspect of the game and the actual fun part of the game. Because it is actually fun, even though it's all just reading, but female suspect, okay. Yeah. Let's get her by Sunday. I get it. Let's move on. Alright, Kathmandu, with a population of about 125,000, is set among the Himalaya mountains. Mount Everest, the world's highest peak, is nearby. Let's go to the bank. Hey, maybe you could make a version of Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego that does that, I guess. I don't know. The person you're looking for was here. She changed her money to bots. A reliable source told me she left in a vehicle flying a red, white, and blue flag. Okay, so red, white, and blue flag. Bots currency. The person you're looking for was here and she changed her money to bots. The jewelry she wore looked very expensive. Okay. So, bots and a red, white, and blue flag. That's got to be Reykjavik. No, wait a minute. Yeah, it's got to be. I think they have a red, white, and blue flag. Could be wrong though. I mean, I have been staying up all night here, so maybe. Yeah, shoot. Fuck me. Go back to Kathmandu. I fucked it up. It's not that. It's gotta be Bangkok. Because San Marino, they definitely don't use bots as a currency. Oh my god. Why fly all the way that direction? What the hell, dude? My sister told me she said she was a date buyer. She arrived in a private limo. So, hold on. Okay, so we have a female. She came in a limo. And she had expensive jewelry. Marie LaRock. We have our warrant. Alright. Prove that the world is flat. Maybe. My sister told me that she said she had always wanted to see a petrochemical plant. She arrived in a private limo. All I know is that she left in a vehicle flying a red, white, and black flag. What was the first thing that the investigation said? Petrochemical. It's got to be Baghdad. There you go. Carmen Sandiego proved that the flat earthers were right. There you go. A suspicious person was here and she left in a plane with a red, white, and green flag. Red, white, and green? That would be India. Let's go for it. I have a feeling this was it. Yep. The suspicious person was here and says she planned to study the Incas. Ooh, the Incas. That would be... It would not be Rio. That would be Lima. That would be Peru. Yes. Oh man, it's already Friday. Ooh. Oh, damn. Ooh, we're getting close. We're getting close, friends. There we go. I am using my keyboard for this, by the way, too. I guess I should try and connect my Xbox controller if I'm gonna do like a console thing, like if I'm gonna do a Sega game. Thanks to your help, the Kathmandu police have apprehended Marie Larocque. Marie Larocque had to loot the Royal Quartz collection, which will be returned to the grateful residents of Kathmandu. We here at Interpol thank you for your good work on the case. Your success will be noted on your record. Yay. 2 more cases until your next promotion. Now, alright. See, that's the thing with this. Like, after you do a couple cases, just like the same thing over and over and over. So I've had enough for now. We can move on to a different game. So let me where am I? Here we go. Let me switch. There we go. So the second vote, actually the not the second vote. I had 2 votes for Sega games. So I only have I have a huge collection of Sega Master System games. What game shall I play? That's Sega Master System game. So all the Sega Master System games are basically like 433 games total. And I never grew up with the Sega Master System, to be honest with you guys. So I haven't played that many Sega games. So I'm probably going to suck at them pretty hard. I think. But I actually, you know, I have played the Double Dragon game for Nintendo. I have always been curious about the Double Dragon game here on the Sega Master System, because it graphically looks similar, but it's quite different. So maybe we can do that. Oh, a list is gonna be a little hard. Well, maybe not hard actually. Let me see if I can show you the list. Hold on. I might be able to. Actually. I'm just doing a window capture anyway, so it should be able to maybe. Yeah, it only shows it as a black screen. It's not showing me. Nope, that's not helping. There we go. How that's working. There is I just use this to organize stuff. Let me try and show more per square. Oh, that didn't really work now, did it? Okay. But anyways, yeah, this only shows it in a grid. I don't think I can make it as just a list, can I? Nah. But yeah, Double Dragon is definitely one I wanted to try. So we can start with that, and then maybe we can move on to another game. Oh, here we go. So we can launch that, and I'll switch over the source that I'm supposed to be capturing here. Let me just do that so you see more. Punch her in the gut. There you go. I love the simple concept of the story. Is just that's it. Ooh. Damn. Why can't I jump? Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, I get the crap beat out of me. Jesus. Headbutt the crap out of him. God. Jeez, this is rough. Hold on a second. I need to figure out the controls here. 1 second. Hold on. Wait, where is the oh. Where the hell is the controls options here? Huh. Won't let me jump. God. Oh my god. Jesus, this is so hard. Now a Bobo should be showing up soon here. Screw you! Screw you! I'll whip the shit out of you. Oh my god. Hold on, my mouse cursor is bothering me. There you go. Oh! Damn! This is way harder than the Nintendo version. Like, way the hell harder. Good lord, where'd my chat? I can't find my chat window. He needs a quick training montage. I know, right? What the heck? Hold on, I want to try that again. That is so difficult compared to the Nintendo version. Jeez. Cannot believe it. I honestly can't believe how hard it was. God dang it. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm moving on. Oh. Were there supposed to be 2 Lindas? Oh, there's the other one. Oh! I feel like the Nintendo graphics are better. And music too. Oh my god. I cannot believe how hard this is. Jeez. Looks like he's trying to do like a spinning move, and I don't know how to pull that off. Oh. Alright, well. That's that. Oh my god, what a pain in the ass. That was not easy. Like, I'll show you. I will show you the difference. Let me go to the Nintendo version of Double Dragon. Eye of the Tiger. Right. Okay, it's showing up on the screen here. Okay, so first of all, the thing you need to know about Double Dragon is actually the Sega version, the level design actually does reflect. It does reflect the arcade version more closely. In the Nintendo version, they changed things around a lot, actually. And yeah, the arcade version is hard. And I prefer to just punch when it comes to the Nintendo version first. Because you get more points, which means you get more hearts after a while, and it increases your skill set. Oh, come on. There we go. See, now I can do uppercuts. I'm doing a lot shittier than I usually do, though. Oh, whoops. The hell was that? There we go. This would be much better with the controller. Now I can jump kick. This bezel is like cutting off the screen. What's going on? Hold on. There we go. Now it's showing better. Everything. Still kind of cutting off the screen though. There. Okay. Now it's showing what it should be showing. Yes, the arcade did let you jump, actually. The arcade lets you jump. The arcade, you didn't have to worry about the moves that you had. You could just, whatever, you know? And I know I can get him to the conveyor belt, and I know that I can just knock him off of that. But I rather punch him so I can get more points, so I can get the moves better. Damn. Yeah, the keyboard isn't as responsive as a controller. God dang. You're supposed to be able to jump. Just jump. You're not supposed... I mean, in the Nintendo version, once you get 3 hearts, you can jump kick. But you should be able to just jump. Oop. That was my bad. Oop. Now I got 4. What I could do with 4 is this. Grab them by the hair, knee them in the head, and launch them. Ah! I used to be able to jump and prevent that from happening. I'm either losing my touch or the keyboard is really not helping me here. I used to be so good at this game. Oh no! I completely forgot about that dynamite guy. Yeah, I haven't played in a long time. I love the music of this game though. That's weird. Why didn't he have the dynamite? I like how the bat just evaporates. It just disappears. Okay, the whip disappeared, right? I used to play this so much. And I know here's the other trick where you can just walk all the way, like go down every ladder and you'll just bypass this boss, but again, I want the points. I want to get the hearts. There we go, now I can... Now, with 5 hearts you can pin them down. But they gotta be weakened, like... Oh, okay, there we go, he's weakened enough. Yeah, with 5 hearts, you can pin them, like sit on them and just punch the crap out of them until they die. 6, you get the elbow, and then 7 is the spinny kick. Love the music. Yeah, the only problem with the kneeing move is you get no heart points for that. Oh my god. Really? Oh my god, come on. Behave. Now I got the elbow. See, I'll show you the elbow. You gotta face the opposite direction. Boom. There you go. There should be one more Chintai. That's their names, Chintai. I can't believe I remember all their, like, most of their names, if not all of them. Oh, this guy has a knife. He's gonna kill me. There we go. Now I got all the hearts. So at this point it doesn't matter what I do because once you get 7 hearts, you're done. You pretty much have all the moves you can get in this game. And that's it. You don't have to worry about it. So I could be as brutal as I want now and just kill people quickly now without having to worry about. There we go. See that spin kick? Immediately it was like a one-hit kill basically for a lot of the enemies. These guys are a pain now. No! Not what I wanted to do. Yeah, you can't pin down the Abobos. They're too big. Love the music in this level. Dun, 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 dun. Oh! Oh no! The falling carrots. Damn it! Okay, I'm just gonna try. Oh no! I used to be so good at this. Hold on, let me try it again. Oh no. Ah! Ah! Oh no! Ah! Oh man. I used to be able to beat this game without dying once. I used to be so good at this game. It's not even funny. I swear. I'm not lying. Playing this on keyboard also doesn't help, honestly. I really should connect my Xbox controller. See, if you don't weaken them enough, they'll just push you off. These big guys, Chintais, because they're stronger. Damn it, come on. Okay, there's gonna be a guy with dynamite here, throw that. You could actually connect with Windows, You could just connect the Xbox controller wirelessly. I could just do that. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can make this work. Hold on. Hopefully this won't break anything. I sincerely hope it won't break anything, because that would be no bueno. Hold on. Game is paused here. Turn the Xbox controller on. Oh, it's gonna turn on my Xbox. Hold on. Okay, it is now connected to my PC here. So okay. In theory, this should work. Yeah, you get no falling damage, by the way. That's the nice thing about this one. Let's see if I can make this jump without dying. No! Frickin' A! God dang it. I gotta start all over. But this time I have the joystick working, so it might actually go quicker. Shall we do it again? Try it again. Ooh. Alright. Yeah, I have this actually set up where the two top buttons are going to be turbo. Like, I just keep holding Y and it just continuously punches. Why do you keep sneaking punches in, man? God, I don't remember them being able to sneak in so many punches while I'm punching them. Oh no, you don't. You're not gonna get that barrel. Jerk. Screw you. Can't believe they're able to sneak in so many hits. What the hell? God dang it. Come on. Really? Ah, there's a little trick to that. You can get stuff, you know, maybe there's a slight lag, you know? But I remember on the Nintendo, I was able to go power through punches with barely any of them, like, sneaking a punch in. So, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure where the deficiency is. I mean, it could be just a slight time differential thing. I don't necessarily feel like a lag while I'm playing, like I don't feel a delay in anything, but who knows, you know? You never know. It could just be the emulator, it could be also this particular ROM. Like, I don't know which cartridge this was dumped off of. And there's a possibility that there's variations between cartridges, I don't know. Who knows? There's also that possibility. Jesus. Oh, this is something I love doing though. I will do this. Hold on. That wasn't it. Damn it, come on. Whee! That's what I like doing. Like grabbing him and just throwing him off the building. No, it's much more fun when you're higher up. You can do that with that big guy up top too, Chintai. You can do that with him too. See? Oh. Cha-cha. Victory! Alright, next mission. I am doing better with the controller. Definitely doing better with the controller. Oh, I missed him. Whoops. Oh my god. Jeez. Yeah, like them sneaking one punch in or something like that is no big deal, but I mean, like some of these guys, they're getting so many hits in on me, it's kind of incredible. There we go. I think that's all of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, that's 7 hearts. I'm good. Now I can just kill quicker. Not worry about the points. No! No! Damn it! Oh, you freaking jerks! Not again! Are you kidding me? What the hell? Oh my god, I can't believe I died twice that way. Cannot believe that. I am pissed. Yeah, see, I used to do this trick, this move with the Nintendo controller. You can't do it with this because the buttons are too far apart, actually. Or it's just at the angle. I mean, I can try, but I don't think it's gonna work. That would do a kick and a jump kick super fast. It would be like ba-boom. I can't really do it with this controller. Love this music. Damn it. Okay. Love the bass line of this song. This game is not a platformer. The jumping mechanic in this is so awkward to do stuff like this. It makes it so harder than it really needs to be. Whoa. I like how the other guy is just standing there while I have this guy like this. Just, he's like, yeah, just beat the crap out of him. It's okay. Whoa. What the hell? There we go. Oh, let's try this again. There we go. Here's the trick to this one. Just get him as close as possible to the wall. Because actually where this wall is, there's nothing there. See, it just falls through the wall into infinity. Whoop. Okay, when he starts running in place, you know you're in the right spot. Boom. Done. And I believe I gotta go through here, yes. Ah! Oh my god, really? God! Seriously, stop! You know, the other guys had much more respect. Like, while I was beating up your friend, you wouldn't beat up on me. Oh my god, really? Fuck you. Okay. But there's a door at the bottom I need to get to, which is not gonna be hard to get to, but that was just a pain in my ass. I don't remember the layout that well, so I'm not gonna risk jumping all the way down in case I fall off, since I don't have any lives left. Here we go. The next level is gonna be a pain in the butt, because there's a wall of things that come out right at the beginning that's gonna be very difficult to get through. Allegedly, the trick is that bottom one that's right next to my foot. If it goes out twice, you just jet out. There we go. There we go. See? Allegedly, that's the trick to it, but it doesn't always work for me. It mostly works, but it doesn't always work. Come on, do the twice thing. See, this thing doesn't always, like, I have a feeling it's gonna kill me now. There we go. Oh no. Oh no. See? Oh, Jesus. Whoa! No! God damn. Frickin' A! Ah! Okay, I think I had enough of Double Dragon. Yeah, you know, if I was playing this on my original Nintendo, I just have to play this a lot with this controller just to get used to it. There we go. Oh boy. It's a fun game. I do love the game. I do think it's a great game. Even though the Nintendo version does depart significantly from the arcade version, which most Nintendo games do. If there is a arcade port to the Nintendo, you do get a pretty big departure no matter what you do. But I think that's a very well made game. Yeah, that's instant death, basically. You just once you after mission, I think there's only 4 missions. After that that one where you're in the white building, you go into this other area where there's a lot more platforming that you got to jump through to get to the final boss room. And then the final boss room is basically an endurance round. You got to go through every enemy in the game. On top of that, you have to go against this one boss, which is actually the boss of the arcade game. It's a guy with a machine gun. It's the only character in the game with a machine gun, and there's a trick to beating him that I just kind of developed on my own way of beating him. Other people have said there's other ways to beat him. I like, but I like beating him in a different way than what's been suggested, because I haven't heard anybody do it the way I do it, and it's so easy if you do it the way I do it. You avoid damage. It's very easy to kill him, and you don't need to worry about anything else. In the Nintendo game, though, this Nintendo boss version of the game, that's not your final boss. Once you beat the guy with the machine gun, his name is Will, if I'm not mistaken, or no. Gosh, I don't remember his name anymore. But what you actually end up doing is you actually go up against yourself, your brother, basically, a guy who's just a looks like you, but instead of wearing a blue jumpsuit, he's wearing a red one, and he is hard. He is a tough guy, and you can kind of use the same technique that I've developed against the machine gun guy, but it's not foolproof. This guy it's kind of a hard boss, honestly. Like when you're fighting against your twin brother, because you're Jimmy. No, yes, you're Jimmy, and you're fighting against Billy, if I'm not mistaken, or vice versa. I don't even remember anymore. But yeah, it's a fun game. It's one of the first games I got for when I had my Nintendo, and I love the game. It's a great game. It's a very the controller is the controls are very responsive actually on the original Nintendo, because there are a lot of other fighting games where the characters were seemed slow, the hitboxes were weird. This is a very well designed game actually overall. I find it's very, very good. So, but we could keep gaming. We could do some other stuff. I'm up for it right now. Let's see, what else can we play with some other classic games here? Oh, maybe some Contra. Contra is a great game. I love that game, actually. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do Contra. Wait, why is that in Spanish? That's not the right version. Not that it really matters. It's a hard game. It definitely is a hard game. You know? "30 lives, ha ha ha, I still remember the code." Oh, damn it. I guess I've lost my touch in this game too, huh? Should I get the... Nah. Hey, no, I was pressing down. That's BS. This right here, best gun in the game. I'm gonna wait until that laser disappears. I do not want it. Actually, I don't remember if it disappears. Oh, Mega Man games are great. I love Mega Man games. I might play some Mega Man after this now since you brought it up. Let's do that, yeah. Let's play some Mega Man after this. I'm gonna suck so hard at it, but it's gonna be fun. Whoa. Oh no. Ah, thank goodness I did the 30-day thing. Not 30-day, the 30 life code. Oh my god. Yeah, just too much stuff going on. This is another game that I used to be able to beat just without losing a single life. And whoa! And it's been so long. I don't know why this is the Spanish version. I don't understand. BS. Now, a lot of people hate the laser weapon in this game. It's actually really powerful if you know how to use it. You just really have to be patient with it, that's all. But it's a pretty damn powerful weapon in the game. See, I just fucked it up. I didn't do it right. Oh, that was my bad. Oh, I got a 1-up. I got a life. Yay. Whoa. The funnest or worst part of this game in this level is if you're playing a 2-player game and your buddy would just rush ahead and just make you fall at the bottom of the screen. I had a buddy that did that to me all the time. He was such He's such a prick. Such a prick about it. I am doing better in this game than I did with Double Dragon, actually. I hate the fact that I've died 5 times though already. That's not cool. I love the music in this game too, by the way. The soundtrack in this game is badass. And I don't know how many people like appreciated that at the time. Like when I was a kid, I loved listening to the soundtrack of games. I love the music in games. I don't know how many kids cared about that when they were playing like Nintendo or Sega or anything like that. God dang it. What? That's weird. I thought I ducked. Damn it. The edge of that one got me. I'm doing quite poorly actually compared to how I used to be a master. Of course. Master at this game. I used to be so good at this. I used to be able to play some of these games literally with my eyes closed in some cases. Oh, I got another one up. I think it's gonna be the boss. No, that's not it. Boss is coming up soon on this one, huh? Ah, didn't duck in time. Yeah, the synthesizer and everything that they used back then is way different than what they do now. I mean, now it's a whole different thing too, because you have to use like actual like orchestration, so it's a much bigger production. But with the limited technology you had back then, you had to get really creative, and you had to get like really, some of the music that they had, was very interesting, the kind of music that they would put together for these games. Ah. Something else I noticed is a lot of those tunes and melodies were borrowed directly from... Oh yeah! Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there were some games where they definitely borrowed from existing artists or even past artists at the time. They were just doing all sorts of interesting things. And to me, the interesting thing is also like the variety. You'd think that with like a thing like a synthesizer, you'd be limited to one type of sound. And while, yeah, it's all like Nintendo synthesizer music, you had variety within that. Like, if you listen to the music for The Legend of Zelda versus Double Dragon, which we just heard, and even the music for Contra that we're just hearing now, even though it's all the same kind of technology used to create the music, they don't sound like it's all the same thing. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to explain. Oops, that was my bad. That was a stupid thing I did. Damn it. Whoa! Damn it. That was my bad. Again. I knew that was gonna happen. Whoa! What the heck? The game froze! Sorry, that must have been an incredibly annoying sound. Damn! What the hell happened? Ah, that sucks. I was having a decent run, actually. I was dying a bit more than I was hoping, but I managed to do okay. I don't know, let's see, what else can we play? There's some arcade games that I love, though. Like Knights of the Round, that's a great game, and King of Dragons is also a great game. Love those. Warriors of Fate, is that the Yes, this is another really good. You know what? Let's play Warriors of Fate. This is the arcade version. I don't even know if there was any other port for this game, in all honesty. I have no clue. What happened? The heck? Hold on. For some reason, my arcade emulator is being finicky. Let's see. Uh-oh. Okay. That seems to be frozen. Let's try this. Retro Arch died on me here. Eek. MAME emulation has been finicky lately for me. I'm not sure why. Oh, you guys can see Retro Arch. Not a problem. Not a big deal. I don't have any secrets here. But I do have this that might be better. Yeah, let's try it through that. Nope, that failed to load. All right. Well, let's do just regular MAME. Let's see what happens. Oh, that crashed. Okay. Bada bing. All right. I really want to play this game. Let's try that one. I know one of these works. I just can't remember which one. That's the problem. Oh, wasn't that one. Let's try. Okay. Let's try that one. Apparently, it wasn't that one either. Maybe I just need a new Warriors of Fate ROM, because this definitely doesn't seem to be doing the trick here. Try that one. Negatory. All right. Well, let's try that one. If this doesn't work, then we're out of luck. Seems to be trying. Shouldn't be taking this long though. Yeah. All right. I guess this game isn't gonna work. We'll have to try something else. Yeah, crashed. There you go. Fate. Fate. It's a really, really good Capcom side-scrolling beat 'em up, basically. Love that game. It's one of my favorites. Knights of the Round is really, really good. Let me see if it'll just launch without issue. This one is also an amazingly good game. Gosh dang it. What is with all my arcade stuff not wanting to work right now? Hold on. I'm gonna have to try this. There we go. I don't know if I can make this one windowed. Let's see. I'm gonna have to keep the chat off my screen while I'm playing it, so I'll check in on the chat every so often as much as I can. But basically, you can... I guess this won't let me choose, huh? I guess this is like the... There are variations of cabinets, like a 3-player cabinet. Lancelot's the best one anyways to play, in my opinion. Oh, it does let you choose, okay. Arthur is kind of a balanced character, so you get a bit of speed and you get a bit of power. Percival is way more power, but very slow. I like Lancelot. I always chose Lancelot when I played this at the arcade. It was just my personal preference. And there's actually some leveling that happens throughout the game. And the one thing you do if you want to get more points, like you see what I just did there with the chest, you break it and you get, and it breaks it up into different things. I don't remember if this is also Capcom, it might be. I don't believe it is, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh! Alright. Damn it, I wanted to cut the salad. This is also not an easy game, actually. This is one of those games that would eat up your coins a little bit because it would be very easy to die. See, it's easy for you to get hooked on that by the enemy. Ah! Yeah. But the more coins you put in, the more lives you get, so you could put in as many coins as you wanted. Damn it, come on. See, you actually do level up. It doesn't necessarily affect the gameplay all that much because the game balances things out in a way that it really doesn't matter, but it does change the aesthetics. So Lancelot, his sword is gonna get fancier. He's gonna get more armor. So it just looks cool. I hate these guys in the purple and blue. Oh, they're such a pain in my ass. I love how every game back in the day, they had like some female character, some fat guy, like it was like the standard. Oh, that guy is kind of like a mini boss of sorts. Not necessarily, he's just like a bit stronger character. Oh, come on. See, that's the fun thing about this game too. You could save that guy, get some treasure, or just ignore him while he's getting beat up. Yeah, there's a wizard in this game, magician. Another boss fight. This guy's a pain in the butt. Oh, come on, I even got a little bit of health. Check on text here. Yeah, the graphics are nice on this one. Oh, you're very welcome, man. Thank you for watching the stream. I appreciate you. And I appreciate everybody that's watching, really. I'll probably call it a night soon too after I play a little bit of this, and I'll just take it easy here, and I got to get my day going soon afterwards anyway, so I want to rest up a bit. I like that he's labeled as Fat Man. That's his name. Like, they don't even care. Wow. This guy had a tea set hit in his pants, apparently. Oh my god, come on. The hell? Ah! We're so bad at these games now. I used to be so good at them. Oh, come on, really? That's what I mean about I hate those guys. He just... Really? Come on! Yeah, sometimes when I'm gaming, I do get quiet because I start concentrating on what I'm doing. Oh, really? Come on. We got taken out by the horses. Ah, such a pain. Those magicians are a pain in the butt. I have to get rid of them first. Okay. Yes, you fight tigers. I guess they're magical tigers because they disappear in flames like that, so I don't know. Weird. Oh, 1-up? Nice. I don't remember ever getting a 1-up in this game. I didn't even know that was a thing. Never seen that happen before. That's why I hate these guys. If you pin them like this, it's just one hit and they fall, and you gotta keep doing just one hit, one hit, one hit. It's just a pain in the butt. Oh, come on. Another boss. This guy's huge. There's a way to block in this game, but it's hard to pull off all the time, like consistently, at least for me. Yeah, you gotta like press attack and hold in the opposite direction or something like that. Of your enemy, I can't recall. Yeah, this guy's tough. And these are arcade bosses. They're designed for you to die because they want to eat your coins. See, there is a way to block, and I can't effectively pull it off all the time. Ah. He's eating through all my coins. I like that he hurts his own people too, though. I like that touch. That friendly fire. There is friendly fire, basically. No, I jumped. BS. Love this game. I do love this game. It's one of my favorites. Like I said, I used to play this all the time at the arcade. It was really one of my absolute favorites. If an arcade had it, I was gonna play this. 1 second here. Just getting myself something to drink. There we go. My only complaint about this game, if anything, is that the main problem is that the player does move a little slow, in my opinion. That would possibly be my only complaint. I feel that Lancelot, I do feel that the characters do move a touch slow. That would possibly be my only complaint if I had to. Yeah, that goes quick into a boss fight with this guy. Ah! I think that's the real one, the one that can shoot the flames. Ah! I needed to jump. Oops. Whew, I'm out of coins. Well, I'm out of lives, I'm not out of coins. I could put more coins in. Like that. Like that. I know it's cheap to do that on an emulator, just keep spamming the coin button. But I want to reach the end of the game no matter what my skill level is. And admittedly, I have not played this in a long time, so I'm gonna need all the help I can get. Oh, I had so little energy. See, now my armor turned gold. Ah! I am gonna die. I need help bad. Ah! Boo. Wow, really? Ah. Oh, another boss. Oh, this guy. I forgot about him. Ooh. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah. It's okay. Come on. This guy's tough. Yeah, you got me, buddy. Okay, you can stop hammering. Yeah, that guy's a tough guy. Oh, so many. That's the problem. I missed him. Just adding coins. Damn. Oh my god. Oh my god! I can't even get the special move out. That's what I was trying to do. Crazy. Well, I guess I stand corrected. I think leveling up does allow you to kill smaller, like lesser enemies with less hits. God dang it, come on. See, I need to get an arcade joystick for like these games. There. Ah, that random knife. Come on, really? That stupid little guy is gonna kill me? What the hell? Ah. Jeez, how am I supposed to dodge that? That's what I mean, like these boss fights are basically coin eaters. Oh my god. That's fine. Barbecue your friends. Does it make a look of difference to me? Whoops. Ah. How about you help me out, buddy, instead of just dropping me a treasure? You know? I could use another night here. Man. He's a tough guy. Unbelievable, man. Look at that. Leave me alone. Ah. The range on his sword is ridiculous. Really? Ooh. For an arcade game. For an arcade game, this is actually kind of a long game. I mean, it just keeps going. I never understood that. They give you health before you meet any enemies, and you already have health restored because you're starting a new level. I don't know why they do that. God. Yeah, the special move does take up health. That's the kind of pain in the butt thing. Which I don't like. Uh... This is gonna be a pain. This does hurt the enemies, but it hurts me as well, obviously. See? All these bosses are pretty tough. Ah! Put more coins in. Come on, really? Ah. course, I die right with all that health right there for me. Yeah, really? The Xbox buttons are just situated in a way that make it so bad to hit two buttons at the same time. Jeez. I don't remember if this is the final boss. It might be. Ah. That horse is way too small for him. There's no way you could do this game on 1/4. I mean, I don't believe there's a way to do that. That's just me, though. I just don't believe there is. There's too much. There's no possible way you can beat this on 1/4. Nope. Oh, come on. I don't think this is the. I don't remember if this is the final boss. Oh yeah, it is. It's the final stage. I wonder what the maximum level is in this game. After enduring countless severe battles, the valiant warriors have finally obtained the legendary Holy Grail, even though the evil scourge. Oh, well, there we go. There it is. Alright. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to call it a day/night, whatever, depending on what time zone you are at. And I'm going to exit out of this. There we go. Alright. We're going to call it, and as usual, kids, hold on. Oh, there, I had a mini version of it. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. All right. So with that, I'm going to be off here. I'm going to sign off as I usually do. If you like, on the YouTubes and the D-Lives, please feel free to share, subscribe, like, smash the notification bell, all that fun stuff, because I don't stream super often, and when I do, you don't want to miss it, I suppose. So do that, and as always, kids, don't be complacent. Talk to you later.